Alright, let's see how things are going here. Looks like I remembered how to do this. Nice. Looks like we're set up and good to go. Fan-freaking-tastic. Okay. We've turned off the chat fight game for now. Because it needed to happen. If I'm not mistaken, I think Viswax might have disappeared while I was gone. Oh, do the ones that have stuff in of them have bees? No, never mind. They all have bees. Thought maybe the ones that had stuff in them had bees above them or something. But yeah, let's get some daily stuff out of the way here. There have been some pretty significant changes since the last time I streamed, about 2 weeks ago. Actually, I think it was exactly 2 weeks ago. But yeah, we're gonna get into some stuff. We're gonna play pretty basic today. Honestly, I just kind of want to grind out some skills. I just want to go do some fishing, and I want to go do some mining, and I want to be boring, and I just want to watch the numbers go up. And I want to talk about, because I'm pretty disillusioned with the entire video game industry right now. That's a big part of why I took a little break. So yeah, I just want to chit-chat about video games. Because that's really where my passion lies anymore. I have a hard time being super passionate about a video game like I used to be. And I'm more just passionate about video games and about ideas for video games. And about what the future of video games maybe will look like. So, we'll see. Hopefully. Hopefully some things change in the near future. Because as things stand right now, shit's looking pretty bleak. If I'm being honest. Looking pretty bleak. Intrepid only scammed like 140 million. Yeah, that's exactly part of the problem, Zoe. Exactly part of the problem. But it's not just Intrepid, it's not just Ashes of Creation. The entire industry is in this really it's just in this really, really bad spot where game companies are trying to make a game that will return the most on their investment and not make the best game they possibly can. And that's really, really bad for the industry. And it's really, really bad for us as gamers. Because it's such a widespread phenomenon. Because it's such a widespread issue. There's no fuck you. Especially in the MMO space. Yeah, what annoyed me is all the AAA companies just redoing their biggest franchises over and over. Gave them more creativity. Yeah, so I actually had this conversation on Reddit a while back. I don't know exactly when. But somebody was talking about specifically MMO players sort of create the environment that they complain about, where we go and we buy and we spend money on subpar games. And so we reinforce to the creators, the devs, that they can just make those subpar games. And it doesn't happen in things like first-person shooters and MOBAs and stuff, because those games just die immediately and they make no money unless they're really good. And something that I pointed out to this person, and I think something that's a really big problem for the MMO space, is we don't have a fuck you button. If your favorite genre of video games is first-person shooters, then you have Counter-Strike. If your favorite genre of video games is MOBAs, then you have League of Legends. You have these really, really cheap or free video games that you can play that are like titans in their space. And so you just have this fuck you button where if somebody puts out garbage in that same genre, then you just go back to this really, really good game that you don't necessarily have to spend a ton of money on. And they're just really, really good games. And so we don't really have that in the MMO space. You know, even some of our paid games, you know, things like the Final Fantasies and the WoWs and stuff like that. You know, I don't really think those games are as good as they're made out to be. And they definitely have shit monetization. So I played Terra from launch until death. That was a great MMO. You know, I never played Terra. I don't really have any basis for knowledge on that. But we're going to need that because we're going to go fishing. We also need our Gullum shit. Yeah. I don't know, there just hasn't been any real innovation in this space in a real long time. And it's upsetting. Was the first really good action-based compared to Click Move. Like most prior ones, they did a lot of good stuff despite some bad stuff. So it was probably came out around the time that I was playing like Dark Age of Camelot, which I still think is the best MMO I've ever played. Well, that's not true. I think Guild Wars 1 was the best, but not everybody really classifies that as an MMO. I probably couldn't go back to Dark Age of Camelot now just because their character development was pretty shallow. Came out in 2012. Oh, okay, no, that was quite a ways after Dark Age of Camelot. I had already quit Dark Age of Camelot by that time. Yeah, well, I mean, the reason that MMOs are dying is because developers refuse to, like, do anything fun. I mean, it really just boils down to the fact that if you're going to keep making the same game over and over and over again, eventually nobody's going to play your game. There's really no getting around that. I mean, why would I play a new game that's just like WoW if I'd been playing WoW for decades and had all this cool shit? Like, why would I start over? I wouldn't. That'd be dumb. Let's see. I honestly totally forgot how to play this game. I haven't even opened RuneScape in the last 2 weeks. Completely forgot how to play this game. But we're going to take our golem gear over here. Yo, yo, what's up, Slate? How are you? Decided to lock myself in the motherlode mine. Can't leave till I get the full prospector's outfit. Oh shit. Oh, you know what I forgot? Because I'm an idiot. My flippin' ore chest. Because I forgot how to play this game. There we go. And then let's make sure that I have all my spirits. Yep, so basically the same thing I did with the graceful outfit, but more AFK. Oh, not mahogany spirits. All right. Put all those in there. Nice. Fucking nice. Yeah, I'm about to start playing super grindy here. Where I just go and whack rocks and shit forever. Because that's the gameplay I like. I like just watching my dude whack shit. It entertains me. I've been, for the last 2 weeks, I've been playing some of those, like, grand strategy MMO games. Like Call of Dragons is the one that I'm playing right this moment. And I enjoy those games a lot. Because I'm just sitting there watching stuff happen, right? Like I command some troops to go do some things, and then they go do it, and I just kind of sit there and watch. And I mean, sometimes for like an entire hour, I'm not hitting any buttons. I'm just kind of moving the screen, you know, and looking at different stuff and stuff like that. And I'm realizing more and more that as I've gotten older, some of the manicness of video games that I enjoyed when I was younger, I just don't enjoy anymore. And it's not even necessarily because I can't click the buttons. It just doesn't really... It doesn't do anything for me. Clicking the buttons doesn't have the same impact that it used to. One of my favorite old games of old time was Cannon Fodder. I've never even heard of a game called Cannon Fodder. But I just care way more about thinking about the game than I do about playing the game. You know, I want to consider ways to optimize things. I want to consider, you know, ways to make my character better or to get the most out of my character. I want to, you know, I want to watch what's happening. It's a really old game where you control different troops and tanks, fight in battles. Yeah, so I really like tactics games, like the old Final Fantasy tactics. There's also, I don't know if you ever played a game called Ogre Battle 64, but Ogre Battle 64 was like peak strategy back in the day. It was actually, honestly, kind of one of the first auto battlers. Hey, what's up, DeGriz? Yeah, sorry, I missed your message on Twitch for a long time too. I didn't open anything for like the last 2 weeks. I didn't open my Twitch, I didn't open RuneScape. So I didn't mean to miss your message, and I appreciate it. But yeah, I just woke up and I was like, wow, I need a vacation. So I just stopped playing. Or really talking to anybody. But we back. We back whacking these rocks. But yeah, so Ogre Battle was like this super auto battler type game. And you just had a map, right? Like you kind of saw it, sort of like this mini map. And you saw everything from the top down. And there were different like capture points and stuff like that. And you would move your characters around the map and you would build your units, right? You would have, like any tactics game, like the Fire Emblem games, you would make your little team that's got, you know, some people in the front, some people in the back. You know, and you had a limit to how much power you could put in a unit. And then you would send them over here to capture stuff, and the enemy team would move toward you. And then whenever you bumped into each other, you would fight. And it was just an auto battle. The only control you really had during the game was setting up a path for your characters to go through. And that was your whole gameplay loop, was just setting up that path. And it was, I mean, one of the best games I've ever played in my entire life. The way that you leveled up characters and stuff was really fun. You know, you chose classes and moved them through different stuff. Just such a good game. So much fun. I would love... I keep looking for tactics games, like on Steam and stuff. And I'm always so disappointed because so many modern tactics games are just small, flat maps. Like, we've come so far. And if you ever played Final Fantasy Tactics, there were all these cool things where, like, how high you were affected the damage that you did with ranged attacks. And all kinds of super fun shit like that. And nowadays, when you get a tactics game, you know, the grid is like an 8x8 square, and it's just all flat. And there's no real tactics, right? There's no nowhere to hide your units, right? Nothing to hide behind or anything like that. And it's just mash your teams against each other and see what happens. And there's just no extra strategy behind it. I don't know. Everything just gets so watered down into just the most basic garbage version. Did you all ever play a game called Worms? Like, the Worms games were this legendary, unique, awesome game idea. And those games were made like 25 years ago. Yeah, no, Worms were, I mean, so good. Just such good games. And, you know, they've got the 3D version or whatever now that came out, I don't know, 5 or 6 years ago, maybe more. But the one that I used to play was Worms Armageddon. Was like my introduction to Worms. And, oh my god. Yeah, the one where you shoot the other worms, Zoe. And they've got all the crazy little voices, and there's so much shit in the way, and all the different weapons and stuff interact with the terrain in different ways. And these games are so fucking old. And nobody has taken that idea and, like, expanded on it. I mean, you could have... You've got all these 2D side-scroller... you've got all these, like, 2D side-scroller MMO games and stuff like that. And Worms has a lot of really cool, possible, like, gameplay stuff that could maybe be added to games like that. Honestly, Terraria is probably the game that takes the most, like, inspiration from the Worms games. I mean, it's more of a survival style game, but it's got that same kind of feel and vibe as the Worms game did. I don't know. I'm tired of all of the best games that I can think of being 20 years old. That's what I'm tired of. Can't fucking stand it anymore. It seems like the only advancements that have been made in gaming in the last 20 years are graphics and sound quality. Nobody is making new mechanics. Nobody's refining mechanics. Nobody's doing anything other than making the same shit with better graphics. And it's so depressing. I get a free daily teleport to a crashed star. Oh, shiznit. Indie games are good for that. I mean, indie games are great, but indie games are never going to be the best version of what they can be. Because you're never going to have a big studio on an indie game, right? You don't have the personnel to actually make an indie game the best version of itself. At least not in any sort of a reasonable time frame. I mean, if it takes 100 people a year to make a game, then it takes one person 100 years to make that same game. And so, you know, at the rate technology advances and, you know, stuff like that, that's just not feasible. On the other hand, you can count on your finger the number of big companies that have made an actual top tier. Absolutely. 100%. And it's, like I was saying when the stream first started, it's because games are made at the AAA level to make the most return on investment. They don't even necessarily want to make the most money off of the game that they can. They want to make the highest percent return. And I don't know why in finance that's become the metric that everybody gauges everything by. Because it's annoying as shit. Because, you know, if I sell a game that I spent $1,000 on and it makes $2,000, you know, and I get double my investment, like, that's great. I doubled my investment. But if I spend $1,500 on that game and that game makes, you know, $2,750, I technically made a less percent return on my investment, but I still made an extra $250. And so I don't know. It drives me insane. So they make whatever the lowest quality thing that they can possibly make is, instead of making the highest quality thing and then, you know, making the most possible money out of it because so many people are playing it for so long. I don't know why we make games that way. It's dumb. And it's irksome. I just don't like it. I did have what I think might be one of the greatest ideas for a roguelite, like, ever, though. So as you all probably know, I'm a pretty big hawk on AI. I'm a huge fan of generative AI. Specifically, I'm a huge fan of AI as it relates to runtime gameplay. Especially large language models, I think, are really, really good at interpreting player intention and then acting on that player intention. And so I talked a little bit about a game just a minute ago called Ogre Battle 64. And one of the most novel things about this game gives the game a whole new level of depth you can't get otherwise. Yeah, but I don't even, when I talk about large language models, I don't necessarily care if the NPCs can have a conversation with me, right? Like, if I'm playing an MMO, I'm not going to be super excited about a large language model being used to give every NPC a personality. Because A, the resource requirements of something like that are out of control. And B, I can just go talk to other real people if I want to have a conversation. What I want is I want to use LLMs as an interpreter for natural language to allow me to interact with predetermined actions without having to just choose things from a list. So, for example, in the chat game that I was making for chat, you know, we used natural language to do the really basic attacks. There was only a punch, a kick, and a heal attack. And you used whatever word that you could think of that was similar to those words to trigger those actions. And then we used an LLM as an interpreter to figure out which action you were trying to do and then commit that action. And it abstracts the player away from the code by another level, right? When you can start using natural language instead of saying, okay, I'm going to use fire breath. You know, if instead you can type something like, I breathe fire on the enemy, and then the game knows that you're using fire breath, that allows an individual expression of something that is predetermined. And so I kind of want to broaden that into a lot of other things. So I don't know if y'all have ever played Ogre Battle 64, but one of the super cool things that happened at the beginning of that game was you had a conversation with a priest. And the priest asked you a bunch of questions, like really abstract question, like what do you hold in your sword? Right? Do you hold power in your sword, or do you hold sacrifice in your sword? Or, you know, and it gave you a couple of options. And then based on how you answered those questions, the game started you with a set of units and a set of items to equip those units with, based on that. And so it abstracted you away from that starting decision making by giving you this weird series of questions to answer. And then you just sort of had to make do with whatever you got. And it was super cool, and I really liked that. And that was a really, really basic implementation, you know, over 20 years ago. But now that we have large language models, instead of the priest asking you predefined questions and then giving you a list of, you know, an A, B, C, D list of answers that you could give it, and then only having, you know, maybe 10 or 15 different combinations of things it can give you, because LLMs can drastically improve the breadth of what it is they can interpret. You can now just have a regular ass conversation with that priest. So imagine a roguelite where at the beginning of every run, you have a harbinger, right, that comes down. And this harbinger comes down from heaven or wherever, and it has a little conversation with you. Maybe it asks you the same questions every time. Maybe it doesn't. But whatever it is, you respond to this harbinger with natural language. And then the AI behind the harbinger interprets your responses and then gives you, you know, like a weapon and some skills and stuff like that. Basically decides your class based on that conversation that you just had. And then you go into the first stage and you fight, you do whatever. And then once you clear that stage, instead of the really, really boring normal way that we currently do, stage level ups for those games, where you get like 2 or 3 options and then you select them. The harbinger can come back down and have another conversation with you, right? Maybe it tells you you defeated all the enemies, but one of them is still alive and is struggling to escape. Do you finish them off, or do you show them mercy? And then, you give the thing a natural language response, and, maybe you flourish it up a little bit, whatever. But then narratively, you're going through this sort of per-run storyline that's happening between you and the Harbinger. And the Harbinger is sort of describing how things are happening. And then based on your responses at every stage, you're getting new power-ups or new skills or whatever to go into the next stage with. But because you abstract the player away from the decisions, right, Right, exactly. You say to it, your life ends here. Or, I mean, you could even maybe get really crazy with it. You know, maybe you let him leave, but you chop his ear off. Or, you know, I carve my initials into his cheek as a warning to everybody else. Or, you know, I cast a healing spell on him and then I let him go on his way. Right? There are degrees of mercy or whatever the opposite of mercy is. Right? But there are all these different things that could be going on that can be built into that. And then you're still choosing, right? There's still only a couple, you know, maybe 5 or 10 options available, but you don't know what those options are, and you don't have any direct interaction with those options. And so you're just going through and narratively building this experience. But that same system can be adapted to a ton of stuff. Like, for example, imagine if you played an MMO game like that. And so maybe you start your character. And character creation could even like take a while in this instance, right? Maybe I have a 20-minute conversation with an AI about, you know, how I want to interact with the world, and what I intend on doing, and what kind of a person I am, or what kind of a person I want my character to be, and all of this other stuff can be interacted with. And then every time I level up, instead of just going in and adding 2 or 3 strength, and instead of going in and, you know, just choosing some skills or whatever, the game can send the Harbinger back to me, right? So I level up and the Harbinger comes back, and then the Harbinger starts talking to me again, right? And it can be like, oh, you've become more powerful and you've experienced part of this world. Let's have another, you know, 5 or 10 minute conversation. Let me ask you a couple of questions about, you know, how you want your character to play. Maybe I even have some telemetry data on the types of activities that you've been doing, so I know, you know, kind of what kind of player this person is. And so if the things that you say contradict the things that you've done, maybe that creates a whole different type of character growth. But you can just have this interpretation layer where, using natural language through a guided conversation with this Harbinger, you can level up your character in a lot of cool, interesting ways, and have this completely unique character that has access to a set of skills that maybe nobody else has access to in the same way, right? So instead of choosing the warrior class and having the exact same skills as every other warrior out there, you know, maybe you start with some generic skills of a bunch of different types, and then the combination of ways you use them and your interactions with that Harbinger at every level, it chooses some other skills that thematically fit what it is you're trying to do. And so you're not going to be a warrior, you're not going to be a mage, you're not going to be a ranger. You're going to be a mixture of these different things based on those conversations and the AI's interpretation. And it's a fairly lightweight implementation of the AI, because it's only happening during that conversation, right? It's not something that's constantly running in the background and constantly updating your character's stats and abilities and stuff like that. It's something that just appears for a couple of minutes per player to have a quick little conversation with you, do the interpretation, make the selections. It's not coding anything into the game, right? You already have your dev team is still doing all of the skill coding and the balancing and, you know, there's all the information, all the algorithms about attributes and how they affect your character. All of that stuff still exists. You just abstract the player away from it a little bit and then create narrative development as opposed to mechanical development. Because right now everything is just mechanical, right? Everything is do the thing, number go up, which has been great for decades, but right, you're creating this illusion of free choice. You're creating an illusion of free choice, but you're actually taking away choice in the strictest manner because you don't even know what the options are, right? You just click the buttons. Hey, what's up, Felix? Yeah, I missed me too. I just needed a little bit of time off. But yeah, you abstract the player away from the options so that their choices are not about optimization. And there are people who are going to learn to game the system, right? There are people who are going to learn that if you say certain things or, you know, whatever, you're going to end up with certain skills and stuff like that. And that's fine. That's a part of that system, right? If you want to go out of your way to be a certain way, then you'll end up with certain skills. And there's nothing wrong with that. But if instead you just want to go through and kind of make those decisions as you go and have that narrative conversation, then you're going to end up with a very unique character with some very unique abilities. And I think it would be super dope. Have you had a good time, Leslie? Yeah, I was playing Call of Dragons, actually. Because despite the fact that all of those grand strategy MMO games are super pay-to-win garbage, they're actually really, really cool games. If they weren't literally just cash shops with games attached to them, they would be probably some of the most fun games in the entire world. And so periodically I just get drugged back in and play again. Although I don't ever spend money on them because gross. But yeah, I had a great time. How about you, Felix? How have you been? I mean, the genre in general has a really bad rap because the games are designed to make you make decisions about how to optimize the amount of money you spend. Which is an insane premise for building a game. I mean, the monetization is so closely tied to the core of those games, and so they rightly have a bad reputation. But if one of those games ever didn't have monetization like that, then I mean, it would be so awesome. I honestly kind of would like to see an MMO that released kind of like those. And I guess this is probably going back to my Dark Age of Camelot days. But one of the best things about those games is your server becomes your faction. And then you get pitted against other servers. And so I would love to see, you know, that's kind of very Dark Age of Camelot, where, like, I picked Hibernia when I first started playing. And so the other two servers were completely separated from us when we played PvE. But then the PvP stuff was all integrated. And so we were like in our own little worlds until we went to go fight each other. And so I think a game that was a little more focused on that with its PvP, where maybe you weren't always fighting the same enemy server. And I think not World of Warcraft, I think Guild Wars 2 did a little bit of this with its RVR, which I never really played. But I think making that a more central part of a game would be really fun. Doing good, a little bit of stress because my internship is coming to an end. Still doing many experiments, but I should start writing. Doing some science things. Yeah, I mean, they're really well designed games. Well, the core concept of the games is really interesting. And it is actually being adapted to some other game types. There's a MOBA style game. Hang on, let me go find it. It's in my wish list on my Steam. Let's go take a peek-see here. We Will Be Gods is going to be very much the same way. But it's going to be MOBA style instead of the games that are out now. Sort of have this tactics style where you have your hero and then you've got your little troop units and you build them into little marches, and then you send the marches out to go fight each other, and it's all very auto battler. But this We Will Be Gods is going to do that in like a MOBA style, and it's going to have kind of the same server structure, but it'll probably be really good. I'm pretty excited about it. At least I hope it will be. But I mean, could you imagine a whole MMO that was designed that way? Where, you've got artisans making gear and stuff like that. Building stockpiles, like arsenal stockpiles of weapons. Actually, Foxhole is probably pretty similar. I think it's a little more like global instead of lots of smaller servers. I'm not exactly sure. I've never played Foxhole. But people building like an arsenal of gear, and then, people who are more prone to fighting using that gear and just working together as a server to accomplish things. Could be a lot of fun. My master's in experimental internal medicine. Now immunity focused, so we investigate the process of how you get sick and what happens in your body that makes you better again. Interesting. That is much more technical stuff than I would ever be capable of doing myself. That's another one that I'm pretty excited about, is Anvil Empires. I really need that game to come out. I'd like to give it the old college try. Honestly, I'm gonna be really boring. Because I've just decided I enjoy being boring. I don't need, nor do I really want, all of the action stuff. So, I mean, like, I'm still gonna go kill bosses and stuff like that. And we're still gonna be learning stuff. But I've been trying for most of my time playing this game to be doing things that I think are more entertaining than maybe some of the more passive, like AFK style stuff. Like sitting here farming Bay Knight. And I think that's diminished my personal enjoyment of the game. Because I really like just sitting here watching this dude do things. I'm a big fan. I like the idea of making a plan and then watching my character execute that plan. Even in day 3 of not seeing you on, I was like, what the fuck is going on? Yeah, I'm sorry about that. So the thing that was beeping was the CO2/fire alarm or fire detector that's in our heater room, like the water heater closet. And so I live in an apartment, and I assume so that people don't burn the apartment complex down, that room is locked. I can't get into it. I don't have the key. So we had to call maintenance to get them to come and replace the battery in there. And so it was going off for like 36 hours or something like that. And so the next day I didn't stream because the alarm was literally going off in the middle of the time I would have been streaming. So there was no way to do that. And then they finally came and got it fixed, and then I woke up the next day and I was just like, you know what? I think I'm not going to stream until I feel like it. But yeah, it was just out of batteries. I should know better though, Grizz. I feel the same way. I have a bad habit of just imagining the worst case scenarios. So I have to like just assume that people are dead. Because, like, for example, when I live with my brothers, when they go off to work, or like go out on a date or go do anything that takes them out of the house, and they give me any sort of indication of when they might be back, if they're not back by that time, I just start losing my shit. Like, I start thinking they got in a car accident. I start thinking, you know, okay, if they went here, what would be the route that they would take back? You know, should I go get in the car and start driving that way, see if I can find them? You know, all this stuff just starts going through my brain. And it's never, ever the thing that happened, right? Normally they just, like, didn't come home, right? Maybe they were on a date and they went to another place, or, you know, they were out getting groceries and then they also decided to stop and get some food, or whatever. And so I have the same problem. So I should have been a little more clear. But much respect for your choice, though. It is important to listen to yourself. Absolutely. That is something that took me a really long time to learn, Felix. And it's a question of burnout, right? Like, I was obviously just burnt out with the game because I'd been playing it, you know, 16 hours a day for 2.5 months. And I was a little burnt out with streaming. Because I've been streaming for like 1.5 years now, and I hadn't really taken any time off. Even when I moved, I was only off for like 3 days when I moved. And I moved from Illinois to New Mexico. And it only stopped me from streaming for like 3 days in a row. So I think it was just time. And so I noticed the reason I realized I needed to take some time off was that how I felt about streaming had significantly changed over the last like week or so before that. Where instead of getting on and being excited every time somebody new popped into the chat, I would get on and then people would come into the chat and I'd be like, fuck, now I gotta talk. And so that's just obviously, like, when something that drastic changes about your view on something, then you have to take a step back and be like, okay, this was like the thing that I looked forward to the most 7 days ago. Why is it suddenly annoying me to be doing it? And you just kind of have to take stock of that and be like, okay, I obviously need a little break. And now I'm super excited to have everybody in the chat again, because I took a little time off. Yeah, no, it's super important. You got to have that mental rest. And you don't want to qualify that mental rest either. Because you might not even specifically know what it is that you need a break from. You know, it might have been streaming itself. It might have been specifically this game. It might have been a combination of those two things. But, you know, there are people out there who would be like, well, if you're feeling burnt out about playing RuneScape, then you shouldn't play any video games. But for that whole 2 weeks, I was still playing video games. I just wasn't playing RuneScape, and I wasn't streaming. And so, despite the fact that I was basically doing the exact same thing that I would have been doing had I been streaming, it still felt like a break, because specifically the actions that I was burned out on is what I stopped doing temporarily. So, you know, you don't want to try and be too strict with yourself about it, right? Don't be like, oh, I need a break from video games, or, oh, I'm cheating on my break if I play this other video game. Just identify that one thing or that two things that's causing you some sort of frustration and take a break from that thing. Even if it's super closely related to some other thing that you're still doing, it's fine. It's totally fine. I really do love watching this dude whack rocks, though. It's gonna take so much longer to fill up this second box. No more Bainite stone spirits. With RuneScape burning out, it's really a thing. Many YouTubers talk about it because it's such a huge time investment. Possible to switch your mentality from I want to do this to I have to. Yeah, that's definitely something that happens. And one of the reasons that I think the dailies are a really good thing for them to be getting rid of. I got burnout and stopped enjoying the game because I was just trying to make money. Yeah. So that's one of the reasons that I started off as an Iron Man, is I have that exact same problem. As soon as I can start interacting with the market, my entire gameplay loop becomes about optimizing how much currency I can make. Because I love to watch that number go up. Makes me super happy. And so I decided to play Iron Man, and I really, really enjoyed Iron Man. And I'm going to really enjoy Bronzeman, because I am forcing myself to go and do those other things, and explore and experience the world, and do it with as little input from the internet and stuff like that as I can. But yeah, Felix, one of the reasons I think it's so good that they're getting rid of some of the daily stuff, and one of the reasons that I think a lot of modern MMOs fail, is because they have these daily task systems. And so as you start to feel burnt out from a game, the first thing that you stop doing when you start feeling that burnout is usually the stuff that you want to be doing, because there are these other things that you have to do. Right? So if there's an hour of dailies, and the rest of my time is spent, just doing random tasks that I enjoy, maybe gathering or crafting or running dungeons or whatever, then when I start to want to pull back from the game a little bit, the thing that I have to give up is those other things that I enjoy, so that I can still be doing my dailies because of the efficiency of dailies in most systems that have them, right? They're usually the most rewarding activities that you can do in those games. And so as you start to pull back and want to take a little bit of a break, you're not actually giving yourself any rest from the thing that was burning you out, because you're still doing that thing because it's still the most efficient thing to be doing. And if you don't do it, then you start to feel bad, right? So if I was only playing an hour a day, but I wasn't doing the dailies, then I would feel like I was wasting a lot of time. And so that just burns you out faster. Same thing with auras. I really don't like to have to lock myself for an hour, because otherwise I don't have an aura. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Even something as simple as allowing you to turn those on and off, sort of at will. Give them a regeneration, and then you turn it on, and so you can only keep it running for like an hour at a time. But if you turn it off, then, if you use it for like 15 minutes, and then you turn it off, and then it just starts regenerating that 15 minutes back to a maximum of an hour or whatever. But even a system like that ultimately makes you feel like, if it's ever regenerating and it's already maxed, then it's a waste. So yeah, a lot of that stuff just feels bad, because it does. It feels like it's forcing you to play certain aspects of the game that maybe I enjoy, right? Like, I like bossing, but maybe I just want to spend one day not bossing. Or maybe I want to spend all day bossing, and I've only got auras for a little bit of time. So then it feels like some of that other bossing just isn't as valuable. So definitely, time gating, stuff like that, can also contribute to burnout, for sure. I have that a lot now with Guthix Cache. I don't like them, but it's 40k XP in 7 minutes compared to 40 minutes training div. The regular divination feels like a waste. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. And Guthix caches just aren't as much fun to me, because I prefer the AFK methods. Absolutely. I very much prefer to click a button every now and then and just watch my dude do his thing. Because I'm a lazy piece of shit. I honestly think that this is also something that should be looked into in modern MMOs, though, is because the people who play MMOs are still the same people who played them 20 years ago, right? We're just all considerably older now, but most of the MMO community is like 30 to 45. And we're getting to a point, or are already at a point, where we don't necessarily have the stamina or dexterity to be doing all the button clicks. And our opinion of gameplay, I think, is more mental than it is physical. And I mean, I guess maybe that's just me, but I very much prefer to think about what my character should be doing, as opposed to actively making my character do the thing that I want them to do. I like to think about, my character's progression path. I like to think about, their build. And once all the thinking is done, I don't necessarily care about putting those thoughts into actions. Yo, it is hella windy outside my house right now. Hella windy. Person has my inverted attack cape that I never got. What a jerk face. Have to get some sleep. Tomorrow's a big experiment. It was really nice seeing you live again. Keep listening to your feelings. See you tomorrow, hopefully. Yeah, Felix, I will definitely be back tomorrow. It was great to get a chance to talk to you as well. Good luck with your experiment. I'm going to need you to go ahead and cure disease. Just broadly. So that we can live in a perfect world with no disease. That'd be great. No pressure. The whole world is counting on you. No pressure. So, apparently, while I was gone, there was a considerable change made to a lot of cosmetics. I don't think it was the overrides. I think it was a lot of the wearables. No, they nerfed the wigs? What a bummer. I still do not have 99 Hunter. I'm still only at 59. So sad. They nerfed the AFK thieving too, didn't they? Man, I'm gonna miss out on all of the good skilling methods. And I'm just gonna be stuck doing everything the fucking hard way. Gross. Gonna lurk, gotta pick up my kids from after school program, yeah. I can't believe that they got rid of my wigs. Makes me so sad. At least my cosmetic override is still here. That's perfectly acceptable. Do I have everybody else's cosmetic overrides turned off? Do I even know? Ah, here we go. Hide other players' animation customizations. Hide other players' worn customizations. Okay. I don't really want to turn those off. Because you never know. Somebody might come by with something super cute. We'll want to see it. You know, I just realized I probably don't actually want to be doing Baneite. Yeah, create Bane items at maximum heat. So I actually want to do whatever comes before Baneite, which is Necronium. The reason that I would prefer to be doing Necronium over Baneite is when you can create things at maximum heat, you can do the items that only require 1 bar to craft. You can kind of just do a whole shitload of them all at once. So we're probably going to go ahead and do that. We're going to go make some Necronium gear. And then we'll keep this Baneite. So we'll finish up and we'll get the whole Baneite thing here. But then we'll go get a bunch of Necronium. Because we need to get to level 87 on Bane before we start actually crafting Bane gear. And then at 90, we can do Elder Rune, which requires the Animicas and Runite bars. So we'll have to go get some of that. I think I've got a lot of these Runite spirits, so we should be able to get quite a bit of that. But let's see if there's a place where we create. Yeah, we don't create Elder Rune items at maximum heat until level 98 here. So we've got quite a ways before we're going to want to be making that stuff. So we've got a good 11 levels that we've got to do with Baneite. So that'll be nice. We will, obviously, once we hit level 90 smithing. So we'll hit level 90 mining quite a bit earlier. But as soon as we hit level 90 smithing, then we'll make ourselves an Elder mining pick. But we're not going to worry too much about that. We're almost done here. Almost got our full inventory. And then we'll go get some Necronium. And then we'll craft some stuff. And then maybe we'll do some fishing. Probably do that over in Menaphos. Oh no, actually, we might... No, we need 3 more levels. That's right. Because we got to get to level 68 before we can do the fishing guild. So we'll want to do that. And then we'll go do like some deep sea fishing and shit like that. That'll be cool. But yeah, I'm probably for the foreseeable future just gonna be like picking a random skill or two and then doing that because it's fun. Because I like to watch the numbers go up. So let's see, where do we go to get Necronium? I think Al-Kharid. I think there's Necronium right over here. We can also go out into the wilderness. Actually, I think I'm probably safe enough out here that we'll just go out here to get it. It's a bit of a walk, but that's okay. There's a place in over by Al-Kharid where I can get Necronium, but it's too hot out there. And so eventually I start taking damage, even if I wear the desert robes. And I don't really feel like dealing with that. It's a little bit of a pain in the ass over here, because you'll run into enemies when you're mining the Necronium. They, start attacking you and shit over here. So you have to, like, leave and then come back, and it can be a bit of a pain in the ass. But it's fine. Got some people over here farming the worms. Yeah, this dude right here, this dark beast, will probably attack me. But we gotta get a bunch of this necrotite. And then we gotta go get phasmatite. We'll get a bunch of that, and then we'll make a bunch of Necronium bars. Yeah, see, this is what ends up happening, is these rock opportunities start pushing me further and further towards the Dark Beast. And then its little patrol area gets it close enough that if I'm at some of these ones over here, it'll attack me. Because it's an asshole. Man, leveling up mining is gonna take a minute. After being away for a couple of weeks, I kind of forgot just how crazy the XP requirements are in this game. Even playing a game, and this actually might help me with Call of Dragons, because that game is specifically designed to take a really long time to progress in. Because it's trying to apply pressure to you to get you to spend money. And so honestly, probably playing this game is helping me not spend a bunch of money in that game. Because I just have much more patience for progress now. Because it takes so long here. Which I think is fucking hilarious. Are any of these necrotite? Go away. Yeah. There we go. 1,200 necrite stone spirits. See, that's cool. I didn't realize I had so many. Unfortunately, no phasmatite, which is too bad. So it'll take twice as long to get phasmatite. I figure we'll fill up, I don't know, 3 boxes? Yeah. We'll do 3 boxes of necrotite, 3 boxes of phasmatite. And then we'll go craft up some gloves or some boots or something like that in Falador. Obviously, we're going to do it in Falador. So that we have the ability to finish buying the rest of our smithing gear. I think we have 3 pieces, so we got to get 2 more there. And then once we have that, we don't actually have to craft and stuff in Falador anymore if we don't want to. I mean, I guess there's a couple of other things that we probably want to get there. But once we get everything from there, we can just go do our smithing in Fort 4 and 3. Oh, we also need to go... I forgot. The nice people on Miscellanea have been gathering me resources this whole time. So that'll be interesting. I should have a bunch of herbs and a bunch of wood. So that'll actually be really cool. We're gonna go check on that as soon as we get done filling up this box. Because I want to see. And I need to go give them some more money. I think they had 2 mil. So I think they're actually done with all of their currency. But honestly, I'm just going to give them like 3 or 4 more million. Because I don't really need the currency for right now. Apparently, I can't spy on this penguin rock. Oh, no, wait. There we go. Well, need to have completed some penguin track. Fine. Fuck you too, penguin. I didn't want to be your friend anyway. Dickhead. Dumbass penguin. Why are you such a butt face? Dumbass penguin. Why, oh why are you a butt face? Roar. I love I love the comic book style word messages over those dudes' head. That's really cool. And I feel like that's something that they could maybe lean into. And actually, I think is something I probably want to add to my game is, you know, some comic book style word messages for when people do attacks and stuff like that. My current setup, things were not working super well on my laptop. So while I'll still be developing the game, I probably won't have it running. That'll be something that we're just going to have to do later in my streaming career. What am I doing? I'm mining necrotite right now. But yeah, we're gonna keep working on the game, and then later when maybe I can get a more powerful computer, then we'll go ahead and bring the game back in hopefully a much better place. But it just requires specifically too much RAM. All of my computers are super low on RAM. They each only have 8 gigs. The laptop and my desktop that I play on, which is most of my bottleneck, I think. Whacking those rocks. Want to go maybe spend some time on the Arduino farm as well. Over the course of the next little while. The idea of raising animals is very interesting to me. Especially, I have a dragon egg. So one of these days, we'll get to raise us up a dragon. Here there be dragons. Get some royal dragons going. Make ourselves a little money. Actually, that'll be kind of a big deal. I think raising creatures is a pretty good sort of passive way to get some currency in this game. because it doesn't require, once you've got it all set up, I don't think it really requires a ton of input. So we'll get some of that going. There's all kinds of fun ways to make currency in this game. I think that's one of the things that I probably like about this game, and about a lot of MMOs like this, where there's sort of too many activities for any one person to do all of them, is it means that you can make a decent amount of currency pretty much doing anything. So you just kind of log in and just, what do I feel like today? Then you go do that thing. Hey, got another geode. Geodude. That right there, the epitome of everything that is wrong with the game development industry, can be expressed through Pokemon. Decades of literally just making the same game with updated graphics. That IP is the poster child for never ever trying anything creative. I mean, I guess we had Pokemon Go, and Pokemon Go was actually super cool. I was on deployment when it came out, so I didn't really play it. But that wasn't even the same company. That's something, the Go style video games, as popular as they are and as cool as they are, it's shocking to me that more stuff hasn't been done with those. You know, I mean, we've got things like geocaching. We've got things like Pokemon Go. We're getting really good at phone-based, like, augmented reality stuff, using phone cameras to depict things onto, you know, like the real world around them. So there just seems like there's a lot of stuff, or even, you know, there's a lot of handhelds that are out there. You've got your Steam machine, you've got, what is it, Asus makes a handhold, or handheld. So there's a lot of cool small hardware out there that has some real ability. Somebody's trying to light the whole fucking world on fire. But that has some good ability to be used for some of that augmented reality stuff. And I think that is a really great space to be taking gaming. One of the worst things about being a hardcore gamer is that I'm also a fat fuck. And not like, haha, I should get in shape. Like, honestly detrimental to my health. And I mean, that's the case, I think, with a lot of gamers. You know, you've got Josh Strife Hayes has done some considerable work to try and mitigate that for himself. Does a lot of exercising and stuff. Tries to incorporate exercise into some of his gaming. And I think that's really cool. And something that just the industry itself should maybe try and put some focus into. If you want to have dailies, there's how you have some dailies. Find a way to track people doing push-ups every day. If you could come up with a really simple way to track, I mean, even if it was just with a camera or something like that, but if you could come up with a good way to track, you know, people doing like 10 push-ups and 10 squats, because that would really be all it took. And then just give them a reward every day in the game if they do their 10 push-ups and 10 squats. Yo, what's up, Master of Light? How are you? Got 1 level since I've been gone. Nice. I got 0 levels the entire time I was gone. WC. Hang on, I'll figure it out. Woodcutting. Were you woodcutting that whole time and you only got 1 level? That's fucking awful. Oh my god, don't tell me that. My life is over. On the bright side, Haven Height is coming out. So, have almost 100 million worth of logs in your bank? Jesus. That's gross, dude. You need to calm your little ass down. There ain't no reason for that shit. Who on this earth needs 100 million motherfucking logs? Grace of the Elves is how I AFK. Yeah, I mean, absolutely. At that level, you definitely need to be Grace of the Elvesing. I need to get myself over to Prifdinus so that I can start trying to get a Grace at some point. Etching. Use them for fire crafting. Light them motherfuckers on fire. At the clan weekly cap. You got some good ass levels there, dude. I'm a little bit jelly. A little bit jelly. I'll be right back. I gotta use the restroom real quick. Yo, what's up, Queso? Yeah, Bronzeman's going good. I didn't play for the last 2 weeks. So we're pretty much in the same spot that we were. But yeah, moving right along. Feels good. Another thing is I might save all my logs and see what the construction update is. If they do eternal planks, I might use them into that. Yeah, I'm excited. I'm really excited for Haven Height, if I'm being honest. You know, some more ways to do some wood cutting, which is going to be fun. Some more hunting. We definitely need to get our hunting up. I'm so excited for the new bosses. I think that's going to be hella fun. But we've still got at least probably a month before that's going to come out. So, in the meantime, I'm just going to be over here fucking whacking rocks. Gotta whack the rocks. I need to change real quick. We've got our foreground FPS, but let's go ahead and change our background FPS so that when I need to Alt-Tab, y'all don't end up with a super low FPS. Because we don't want that. What's up, Grizz? You big nerd? Yo, what is that fucking thing? Obliteration! That's actually real dope, dude. I love how this game keeps putting me in Canadian servers, even though I live on the complete opposite side of the United States. Literally as far away from Canada as you can get and still be in the continental US. So fucking ridiculous. I actually, because I am a Bronzeman now, I need to gather some things up and go over to the Grand Exchange and do some selling. Maybe we'll do a little bit of that. We'll finish up this box here, fill it up with nechrite, and then maybe we'll go hit up the Grand Exchange. That's two things I need to do. I need to go check on Miscellanea because they've been running for 2 weeks. So I need to go over there and do some stuff to get my popularity up. And I need to go get all my resources. And then we'll go check out the Grand Exchange and maybe sell like some harpoons. And some of the other like extras that we have. And then, you know, we'll make a little money. Make a little money. Yo, what's up, Fairbury? Yeah, no, of course. I'm absolutely enjoying it. I just went a little too far with the gameplay. Almost 1,000 hours in less than 3 months is just too much. Even for a degenerate. I mean, there's only like 170 something hours in a week, right? 24 times 7. Yeah. There's only like 170 hours in a week. And I spent about 100 of them a week playing this game for 2.5 months straight. That's goofy as hell. Been rune crafting your brains out? Nice. You know, I'm gonna have to do some of that. We're actually in a pretty good spot because I killed all of those moles trying to get the two-handed dragon sword. So I have a bunch of pure essence from getting them from the mole. So I need to go make a bunch of fucking necro runes. And then we can actually use our necro stuff, because that'll be fun. Yeah, I mean, I totally agree with you, Fairbury. That is definitely how you know. I have a problem where I am a very obsessive person. And I will obsess about things to a point where I make them not fun for myself. And then I don't realize, usually I don't realize early enough that I'm driving myself crazy. And then I end up quitting those things. And then I have a really hard time. So because the last experience I had a lot of times was really negative, because by the time I finally quit doing things, I've been forcing myself to do them for so long that I just hate it. And so because that's the last experience I had before I finally quit, I have a really hard time going back to things because I've psyched myself out, and now I just have this super negative opinion of whatever it was. And so there are probably games out there, you know, like Once Human, some older MMO games, a bunch of different games that I've played sort of on and off that I would probably enjoy going back to, but I let myself get so burned out that I don't even know if I have the ability to get myself to go back to those games anymore. Which is too bad. Yeah, I'm gonna do a better job with this game. Because I've started to recognize that that's a problem. And so I'll just play less, or take breaks, or, you know, whatever it is that comes up. We'll just make sure that we do the thing. And then, you know, we'll recognize that, hey, maybe this is a problem. And we'll take breaks, and we'll come back, and we'll do all that other stuff. I'll find something that we can do So taking a break doesn't mean straight up leaving and not streaming. Although this time I did also need a break from streaming. Because I've been streaming for like a year and a half. And I haven't really taken any breaks in that time. But next time we'll just find another goofy little game to play or something. There's actually a couple of cool little games that are coming out that I think could be a good time. Okay, so we're down to 66% approval rating over here in Miscellanea. But we should have, because we still have money in our coffers, which means we should have been gathering resources the entire time. So let's see. Yes, please give me my resources. All right. Look at that. 6,800 maple logs. We got a little bit of seeds here. Don't really matter. But tons and tons of different herbs. We've got birds' nests. Let's go ahead and take these birds' nests out here. Let's search these bad boys. Oh. Save the birds' nests. I don't want to search them yet. Okay. I'll hang on to them for a minute then. Don't search until I do 4 and 3. Okay. Speaking of which, let's teleport ourselves back there and put this stuff away. Hey, what's up, Chris? Birds' nests are bruised, decent XP, 3k healing each. Nice. Yeah, that's the crush nests, right? Alright, and what was the other thing I wanted to go check? The Grand Exchange. That's right. Varrock. Look at these nerds. Mine a mithril. Fucking nerds. When you get the tree area at level 3, you can find Imcondo parts. For the woodcrafting, or woodcutting axe, okay. Alright. Let's go. Actually, we need to go to the bank. We're going to go to the bank and we're going to snag up some things that we need to sell. We're finally going to make use of the fact that we have access. We're going to bring them out noted. We're going to withdraw 5 dragon harpoons. And then, let's see. We've got... I don't think these are actually worth selling. They're not. But I should have some necklaces. Don't know when I got this ring, but that's cool. Oh my gosh, I got too many things. It's an amulet, kind of like the Amulet of Accuracy. It's the amulet that you get from Flesh Hunter that I'm trying to find right now. Ah, here we go. Stalker's Charm. Yeah, we got a whole shitload of these. So, withdraw 5, 6, 7, 8, because I definitely only need 1 for myself. Put those all back. And then we also want to see, I should have extras of the Barrows necklace as well. The Motherlode Maw Shard. Honestly, Chris, I have no idea. I haven't even opened this game in the last 2 weeks. So I am not really up on some of the controversy stuff or some of the changes that people have been freaking out about over the last couple of weeks. Wasn't even paying attention. Let's see. Forsaken. Here we go. I guess we can just take one of those out, because the other one we need for something else. Got like 800 hoping for recipes. Yeah, I honestly, I don't even know what a Motherlode Maw Shard is. That's not an item I've ever seen. Where's this nerd? Can you teach me about the Grand Exchange? Doo-doo. I'm at 322k time runes. only 111 rune crafting, so I'm curious if I can get over 1 million runes. It seems like you're probably going to get over 1 million runes. Well, yeah, maybe. It seems pretty close. At 115 dungeoneering, you can reach into this motherlode maw bullshit once a day for some rewards. Alternatively, when you open crystal keys in Prifddinas, you can get these shards that substitute the 115 dungeon wreck. Got it. Interesting, interesting. I'm really excited for Prifddinas. There's some cool shit over there. Alright, hopefully I can talk to this. Yeah, what the hell? Why do I have 8 buy and sell slots? Let's sell these. Ooh, the price on these went up by 3 mil a pop. Take it down by 5%. Put that bad boy in there. Oh shit, instant sell. Boom. Plus 12 mil. Booyah. That one item just sold for more currency than I've had on my entire account up to this point. When they remove the dailies, though, the dude is going away, and supposedly you can open them all up in one shot instead of using 10 crystals. Damn. Okay, well that sounds like fun. Sell this item. Alright, well let's sell these harpoons. We got 5 of them, 3 mil a piece. Confirm that offer. Boom, instant sell. Hell yeah. Oh, another 19 million. Oh my god. Oh, and then these are only 100 something K. So we'll go ahead and throw those in there. Yeah, it looks like those are going to take a little while. Yo, I'm rich as fuck. I actually forgot. I need to go do some more things in Miscellanea. I gotta go get my... my reputation up. And... give them more currency. So I'm gonna go ahead and max the Miscellanea thing out. And then we're not even gonna go touch anything in Miscellanea. I think until it finishes. I'll go and like try and keep my reputation up, but I'm not gonna pull out the resources for like an entire 7.5 mil. Just for grins. Cause why the hell not? So, in order to get approved, we have to go gather resources for people. So I think I'm just going to come over here and gather up coal for this dude. Because that's what I'm best at. Rub your head. Rub your head. My dude wax rocks. Just about better than anybody. I like how quickly I can level up this approval rating too. I like that this isn't like a multi-hour process. So many things in this game take so long. Feels good that I can just get this done. Feels good. Whoops. Press the button. Stupid hermit. Hey, and it switched over. It's a new dawn, it's a new day, it's a new life for me. Means it's a new day in my Call of Dragons as well. Which means there's going to be lots and lots of buttons to press later tonight. No, the penguin vanished. I didn't click the penguin. Greetings. What is this book? Okay. Manage. I keep forgetting. Booyah. All right. We'll leave that 7.5 million there. And then we'll come back in like 90 days. Right? Is it 90 days? Let's go back to the manage here. Does it tell me how much they use per day? Nope. Okay. No big deal. But we did that like right at the 0, which I didn't even do on purpose. 75K? Okay, awesome. Also, welcome to the chat. Welcome to the channel, Cannel. Cannel? Why did I call you Cannel? Kevin. I know how to talk. So 100 days. Need to come back every couple days. Yeah. Yeah, I will. for sure. I was down to 66 because I hadn't been back in a couple of weeks. I'll make sure and come back. Okay, let's go drop all this stuff off. And then let's go get some more fucking neckrite. Gotta get that neckrite. Put that away. And then teleport out into the wilderness. Somebody be over here dashing around. One of these days, I'm gonna learn to use my dash moves. But it is not this day. That's a lie. I'm never gonna learn. I'm fucking lying. I will forever just be walking places. Ooh. This person is a hardcore Iron Man. They also just started. Oh, no, they didn't. That was their combat level. I was like, how are they only level 80 and they're out here? But I get it now. I understand. So, fishing, cooking, mining, smithing are 3 skills that I very thoroughly enjoy in this game. So we'll probably be doing quite a bit of those. They also, I think, are some of the better money-making skills, just based off of my own personal experience. So far. I do love shooting stars. I want to try, I need to try this teleport to a shooting star thing. Does it work? No active shooting star. We'll have to just go ahead and click that from time to time and just see if we get lucky. What is it? Once a day or once a week? Once a day. Oh, that's right. I forgot all about archaeology, too. There's so many skills in this game. Next star wave is at 0048 game time. Okay. How do you know that? How can I learn that? Where is this information? I need the information. Unless it's on some external website. And then... fuck it. Hi-ho. Starfind Discord. Okay. Yeah, fuck that. I'm not going to some third space just so I can learn about stars. Yeah, I really should join more group chat things, friend chats. Really should. Honestly, I kind of forgot how to join friend chats. I don't have anybody on my ignore list. That doesn't seem like me. How is there nobody on my ignore list? Surely. Well, it's probably because I don't look in global. Because I keep global off. Because I'm streaming. That's definitely why. Because if I had global on, somebody would get out of pocket. And I'd be like, and ignored. Go to the community ribbon. Aha. Friends chat. Nope. Friends chat list. Nope. Here we go. Join friends chat. Starfind. Down. Oh my goodness. There's a bajillion people in here. Alright, we'll put that right there. And we'll put that right there. And then in case I ever need to use it, we can. Nope. Dope-a-lope. What is this old-ass dude doing? There's monsters out here, you crazy old man. You're gonna die. Not sure why this dude is so hell-bent on dying, but okay. You do you, boo. You do you. So there is something that I have been considering that I think would be really fun. I don't know if it'd be great for streaming, but it'd be super fun for me. And that is games like this, or EVE Online, or even things like Call of Dragons and other grand strategy style MMO games are really fun if you play multiple accounts at the same time, because they give you lots more buttons to click and you can just do lots of things, and it feels like sort of a manager sim, which I really kind of like those games. And so what I was thinking of was to get a bunch of sort of low power single board computers that are really good like as far as power consumption and stuff is concerned, and are really good for running lower requirement games like this, and then hooking them all up or networking them all with some sort of a VR headset, like the Steam VR headsets that's coming out, so that you can pop up windows of each one of the different computers on a remote control, remote access program on your own network, and then use that VR and set up a bunch of different windows right all over your VR space. And then, you'd have, instead of needing to have like 8 monitors in your house or whatever, you could just sort of be using your VR headset through the remote monitoring stuff to do that. But I think it'd be super fun. Might do it one day. Might do it one day. Because, I mean, you could get a bunch of really cheap computers. I mean, shit. RuneScape might be able to run on a Raspberry Pi. If we're being perfectly honest. Just get yourself like a stack of 10 Raspberry Pis. That'd be awesome. And then you don't even have to like connect them directly, right? You just connect them to your network. And then you connect your VR headset to the network. And VR headsets are mostly computers, right? They have onboard computers. And then, so you don't need to run the game on the headset. You just need to screen share, basically, with all the Raspberry Pis. And then you put up a different window for each computer that you're screen sharing. And then you can control them through that. There's software that allows you remote access and remote control. I've used it. It's super good. And then you could just have all of your computers being controlled through your VR headset. And you could just be playing like 8 accounts on Raspberry Pis. It'd be super fun. But then you could even stream that. Because you'd just be having to stream through the headset. You wouldn't need to stream each of the individual Raspberry Pis. And if you set it up right, where where your OBS software would change scenes based on which window you were actually looking at, so that it was just only ever showing the window you were looking at, and just went through a transition so people wouldn't get motion sick, right? Because you wouldn't want them to see like your head moving back and forth. But if it could bring up different windows as you were looking at different windows, because it would notice which window was priority because you were seeing it. So that would totally be doable. And then you could just be playing all these different accounts. And people would see the accounts kind of change as you looked from, different location to different location. So you could do it right there in front of everybody. That'd just be hella fun. I have a little bit of a stimulation problem. I need 14 million things to be going on in my life. Pretty much at all times. What's up, Night Studios? Yeah. I think it's more... I need all of the things to be happening in the world around me to quiet the voices in my head. Yeah, it's good to be seen. It was nice to take a little break, but I'm glad to be back. Alright, so now we gotta get 3 full boxes here of the phasmatite. And then we'll be able to make a bunch of necrotite. And then we'll head over to Falador. And we'll turn all of our phasmatite and all of our necrotite into necronium. And we'll turn all of our necronium into gloves or boots. Get ourselves a bunch of smithing XP. And that'll feel good. What have you been getting yourself up to, Knight? What have you been doing? Oh, right. They're having that dead man mode over in OSRS, right? Or is that RS3? Hundreds of mils. Oh, shit. Maybe I should have gone over that. Like, you can swap it 2 days left. Yeah, I probably won't make any progress in 2 days. It's okay. Not that worried about it. Like, you can swap it through the game, or you just have to find somebody who has accounts in both places and trade them. Oh, damn. Damn, damn, damn. Oh, okay. I mean, you got to be careful with stuff like that. This community has been going on long enough, and there's enough people that play both games, that there's probably just some regular players who are doing those swaps that you can swap with. But a lot of times, the kind of people who have those kinds of currencies available are RMT sellers. And you don't want to get your account associated with RMT sellers. That's how you end up with bans. Oh yeah, no, that's definitely... Yeah. Especially if they're taking a little off the top. That's a little sketch. I wonder if it's at all possible for the game like for Jagex to try and create a system. Because, I mean, you've got a lot of people who play one or the other. And you've got a lot of people who would maybe try the other. You know, if they could sort of import some of their progress in the form of currency. I think, honestly, they probably do themselves a little bit of a disservice. Yeah, a bond. Can you... The bonds go between your accounts? Oh, if that's true, then that's super dope. Yeah, no, that's a great... I hope that's true. I'll have to look into that. Absolutely. I'm sure you do. That's almost always kind of the way, is using players to do that kind of stuff. Is generally, you know, you get around taxes and stuff like that way. I imagine it's probably true of making trades as well, instead of selling things on the Grand Exchange and losing your percentage. Do you lose the same percentage if you make trades in person? And so I've always thought that that was a good way to get around taxes. Yeah, okay. See, that was the way it was in a lot of old MMOs. New MMOs have a tendency to make it where you still lose the tax, though, if you do in-person trades. And I think that's silly because it's a time consumption thing, right? It's much more difficult to sell items person to person because you have to find the buyer than it is to just go to the auction house and sell things. So definitely better. To do that with the taxes. Gives people incentive when they have, you know, high ticket item to try and hawk it in area chat. Spend a little time. Feel like a legitimate merchant. But I'll look into that bond thing. That's cool. That'll honestly really make me want to play OSRS during um I just checked, I'm wrong. Wrong about what? Bonds don't interchange? Okay, that's too bad. They should look into that. They should definitely look into that. Because the more interconnected these two games could become, the more people you would have who play one also playing the other. Because it's really hard to spend a lot of time, you know, building up an account, building up, you know, currency, building up bonds, building up an ability to sort of assist your other accounts, and then go and also play OSRS and have to sort of restart that process completely. I did. I dared to take a vacation without even having my 99. I'm not going to get this to 99. At least not intentionally. Because now there's no point. So eventually it'll end up hitting 99. But I'm not going to, like, actively use it. Also, what's up, William? How are you? How you been? Oh, nice. Which TCGs do you play? I love me a good trading card game. When I was a kid, we used to play quite a bit of Magic. And then when I was in college, we played a bunch of Yu-Gi-Oh! Lorcana mostly? I've never even heard of Lorcana. Yu-Gi-Oh! Made by Disney. Interesting. I didn't know that they had a trading card game. I really like so trading card games and gacha computer games have very similar mechanic that I really enjoy. Doing a tournament this Sunday with 250 players, week after 150, then week after the big one for 4K. Damn. Yeah, I went to a couple of pretty big Yu-Gi-Oh tournaments when I was playing, I don't know, 15 years ago now. But heck, even more than that. But I don't think I've ever been to one with 4,000 people. A couple hundred, sure, but not 4,000. But the thing that I like the most, I think, about trading card games and gachas is the fact that there's a real constraint, or at least there were sort of in the early days of trading card games. You had this constraint of you just kind of had to make do with what you got. Hey, nice. 83rd's not bad. Not bad at all. But because you're stuck in these games. Yeah, exactly. And it's the markets are really cheap and stuff like that. And so it hasn't, you've sort of gotten away from that. But I think there's really something to that. And so earlier, William, we were actually talking. I had this really interesting idea for a leveling system that I think would work really well for roguelites as well as for like MMO games, to abstract away the character from the player a little bit, the character's progression from the player. So I was making the game for chat, and I'm still going to be developing that. We're just not going to be actively playing it because my hardware doesn't run it very well. And if it gets any more complex, my laptop is going to explode. So until I get some better hardware, we'll have to hold off on having it running. But when we were playing that, we were using the LLM to interpret the natural language of what people were saying into an output. And so I think that would actually be a really interesting form of leveling, where if you had like a harbinger NPC that you would speak to at character creation, that would ask you questions like, personality questions and stuff like that for your character, and then would use the information that you gave it to determine like your attribute scores and your skills that you start with and stuff like that. And then every time you level, instead of just going in and picking, like +3 strength, and unlocking a certain skill and doing all these other things, every time you leveled, that harbinger could come back down and like have a conversation with you again and allow you to give some additional responses that would sort of refine, your character identity. And then it would again give you increases to your stats and give you access to new skills based on those conversations. And potentially even like some telemetry data on what you were doing while you were playing. Like maybe some data on, what percentage of damage you were doing that was melee versus range. Did you initiate fights, or were you fighting more reactively? Did you do PvP or PvE? Lots of different things like that could be tracked as well. But then you incorporate that, and then you have a conversation with the harbinger, and then that harbinger progresses your character. And so you kind of end up in this situation where you're a little stuck with what you've got, but you also end up with this really, really unique character that has a stat allocation and skill access that is a combination that probably nobody else has. And so that could be an interesting way to do like a whole power progression system for like an MMO, but it could also be an interesting way to do a roguelite where you would start each run with a quick, 2 or 3 question and answer interaction with this harbinger. And then that would decide, what your starting skills and stuff are. And then every time you completed a stage in the roguelite, the harbinger would come back down and do some sort of narrative thing like with you. Like, you know, you defeated all the enemies in the room. One of them is trying to escape through a back door. What do you do? And then you could either choose to spare them or, you know, you could execute them or whatever it is. And then based on your natural language response and what sort of actions you take, then the Harbinger would decide, like, okay, after you've completed this stage, you get, you know, the Vengeance ability that allows you to deal more damage the more damage you take, or something like that. And so your progression through the game would be narrative driven as opposed to mechanically driven. But I think that'd be super dope. You didn't like the game, William? That makes me sad. I love the game. It's a leech. Yo, it takes so much longer to get this phasmatite than it did to get the neckrite because I don't have the spirits. That makes me so sad. It's weird to me how often I hit this button to try and get the ore into the box. And a lot of times I'll hit the button right as I get an ore. And so it looks like one of the ores didn't go in the box. It happens way more frequently than it should. And I don't know why. Who that is? The Real 011996. Wow, what a name, dude. Oh, it's DLL 996. That's funny. In here, it looks like 011. Also, I'm a little blind. I am not looking forward to the fact that at some point I'm gonna have to get glasses. Finally be able to see my horrible misclicks. Now I'm not so blind that I can't see where my cursor's at. I'm a pro gamer over here, William. I don't misclick. I mean, that sounds like a delicious hamburger to me. I love tomatoes. Tomatoes are one of the greatest foods on earth. I think a double tomato hamburger sounds delicious. Your girlfriend wasn't misclicking. She was innovating. But visionaries are rarely appreciated in their own time. I think I'm in World 4. Night Studio. I am fairly certain. It always puts me in World 4. It thinks I'm Canadian. Alright. Jumping back to Fort 4 and 3 for a quick sec. Put this away. And then we still gotta get 2 more full boxes of the Phasmatite. Two more full boxes. Come fly with me. Let's fly away. Are you hiding? The Fantastic. Yo, you creepy as fuck. Creepy as fuck. That's a lot of fucking levels, though. Damn. Cannonballs. I think I have cannonballs. Thank you. We use these with the, oh, what the hell? You transformed again. Are you standing on your head? Why are you upside down, you goofy ass? Yeah, I changed to a Bronzeman right before I went on vacation, William. I am no longer an iron. I know. Not getting myself all the way to 99, being too weak to stay iron. I really enjoy being able to interact with the auction houses. And I honestly think bronze is the way I would prefer to do that. Because I don't necessarily want to go buy a bunch of things from the auction house. But I do like to see the money number go up. And so being able to sell things to the auction house, I think is going to be a lot of fun. And I honestly think it's kind of an important thing to be able to do in this game in general. Because I think because of how long it takes to do a lot of levels, and because of how many resources you gain and how many potions you make and all of those different things, I feel like you end up with a lot more stuff than you actually need. And so I like the idea of being able to consolidate that stuff down into currency. But I am going to play bronze. Broken your will to live? My goodness. Well, I tell you what, William. Every year that I am still playing and streaming this game, at the start of the new year, I promise to make a new hardcore Iron Man character and go as far as I can until it gets killed. So you can this character started as a hardcore Iron. But I died about a week in to a Hydrix. Actually mining the exact same thing that I'm mining right now. Because in the first week I went super ham on mining and smithing. And so my smithing and mining level actually hasn't gone up all that much since the first week or so that I was playing. Because I was going to just 99 these before doing like anything else. And then I ran out into the wilderness and got Hydrixed to death. It was a very sad day. A very, very sad day. What we'll have to do, though, is we'll have to come up with little challenges when we do that. So, like, maybe time constraints to get to, like, certain bosses and stuff. Or maybe set it up so that we have to fight each boss when we get to its recommended combat level. So that we don't just spend a bunch of time making ourselves super overpowered and then going and fighting the boss when we can't possibly lose. Yeah, that sounds like fun. We'll do that. Only 10.5 more months. Yeah, later, dude. And thanks for the cannonballs. I will figure out what to do with those and put them to use. They don't have... They don't have any information. Yes. Yeah, it's a dwarf cannon, right? You have to do the quest or whatever. I did the quest for the dwarf cannons like forever ago. Because that was up by the elf necklace quest, right? Where you get all the combat XP like super early. And y'all dragged me over there. Like in my first week. And while we were over there, I saw some dwarves. Yeah, right over here. Oh no, it was actually, we did this way after we did this. We did this while we were doing the gnome stuff. Or right before we did the gnome stuff. There's small cannons. I thought there were only dwarf cannons. I didn't know there were other kinds of cannons. There's so many things in this game that I don't even know that I don't know. Just all these things that exist that I just don't even know about. I might actually even have a dwarf cannon. I think you had to make one as part of that quest. And I've never used it. But it is food time. So I'm going to go get a little something to eat real quick. I'll be right back. Alright, we back. God, I love that I can just get up and go do shit. Come back and my little dude's just still getting it. That was delicious. I am so glad that I was blessed with an undiscerning palate. It would be so awful, in my opinion, to be somebody who really liked only specific foods or knew a lot about what it is that makes a food good. Because, I mean, maybe not always, but I feel like that would lead to a situation where things like a simple bowl of rice just wouldn't taste good, right? It's too bland. But I can literally eat anything, and it tastes delicious. Doesn't matter how simple, in the microwave, in the oven, on the stove. Doesn't matter how it's cooked. Just put food in my face, and I'm happy. I feel very bad for people who have to work at enjoying a meal. I forgot to check the star. At 048 or whatever. Womp womp. I'm a doofus. Don't be a goofus. Oh, my backpack is full. I did not press the button. Press the button. It's literally my only job is to press the button. Can't handle it. It's too much. This account feels very new again, after not playing for a couple of weeks. It feels very early days again. I like that. When you first start playing this game, there's a real sense of discovery. Everything you do, and that's kind of true of just MMO games in general. Especially if you avoid, too much social media, and too many videos, too much information about a game. The early days of an MMO are some of the most exploratory in gaming. And I really enjoy, and that's one of the reasons that I think, people keep coming back year after year for patches in WoW. It's why Havenheith is going to be so exciting, and why so many people are probably going to come back and jump on for Havenheith. Is, when there's just not any information out there. It's so much fun to explore, new mechanics, new areas, And when I say explore, I really don't just mean, land mass. But, mechanics and items and systems and skills and, anytime you have things like that to explore. I think it's one of the reasons that League of Legends, despite the fact that it's now kind of a hindrance to the game, I think one of the reasons that League of Legends had such a massive run for as long as it did, and even still today, it's a really, really massively popular game. And I think a lot of that is because they were putting out, a new character like every couple of weeks back in those early days, trying to, fill out that roster. And now they've got like 160 something characters or some crazy shit. And so new players really can't play the game because it's just impossible to learn all those characters. But people who sort of progressed with the game, I think had a lot of fun, and there was a lot to discover as you went because of that. Something that games should really look to try and capitalize on. I know it's very difficult to create enough content, especially for your most voracious players. People like me who are going to play, 1,000 hours in 3 months. You can't put out 1,000 hours of content in 3 months unless your studio is like 1 million people. And even then, I don't think you could do it. And so, it's difficult to try and keep those people entertained. But those are also the people who are going to dive even more deeply into your systems. Right? They're not just going to take a cursory glance. They're going to really get in it. And so the deeper you make the systems, the more you can entertain those people. Maybe that's the trick to it. Maybe the number of systems is what keeps, or not the number of systems, the number of things to explore on a cursory level is what keeps your average player invested, right? A new zone that they can run around in for, 10 hours and look at all the little places. A new progression mechanic or a new item mechanic or, something like that they can interact with for a couple of hours and get, enough of an understanding that they know what to do, but then something that's deep enough that those players who really want to drill down and learn everything they can have, 100 hours of exploration. I imagine it's probably pretty difficult to balance those things, right? How do you keep it simple enough on the surface that your casual players don't feel overwhelmed, don't feel like they have to go to YouTube in order to understand the mechanic well enough to play the game, while simultaneously making it deep enough that, those players who want to put 100 hours into that system can. And so I guess this is actually probably one of the reasons that Minecraft is as massive of a game as it is. You have specifically Redstone is probably the epitome of this type of mechanic, because on its surface, Redstone is really simple, right? It just creates a circuit path, and if you understand how a circuit works, then you can fairly easily interact with the redstone system to get some really basic stuff going on and feel really good about it. But there are people who have literally made computers in Minecraft that work. And so and that's one of those things. I mean, that's a 1,000-hour project right there, at least, if not more. So I wonder how we might be able to look at other systems in the same way that redstone sort of operates. One of the problems is that in that specific case, the complexity equates to magnitude and power. So if you had a progression system, especially if it was a vertical progression system, like you have here in RuneScape, and you know, that system was complex in the same way, then you run into the real issue of players that spend a lot of time and players that have a lot of time being almost infinitely stronger than average players. You know, I mean, it's literally the difference between having an automatic door or having a computer at your disposal. And so that wouldn't really work. You couldn't have something that provided an advantage to that degree. Now, you could maybe have it be some sort of horizontal system. I don't know. I mean, I'm literally just spitballing here. This is all kind of coming to me as we're going here. But how do you complicate something without making its output drastically more powerful than the simplified version of it? So there's a series of books, and I've actually thought about this before, and it's kind of coming back to me now. There's a trilogy of books where one of the books is called Abhorsen. And in this trilogy, there are 3 types of magic. There is wild magic, which is wielded by like magical creatures. There is necromantic magic, which is used by the Abhorsens. And they use these like necromantic bells to trigger certain effects. And so it's sort of an innate magic, but it's got, you know, some different rules and a little more depth to it. And then there is a runic language that can basically make any kind of magic. And those runes can be spoken, they can be imagined, they can be, you know, etched into something to make like a longer duration magical effect, like an item. And so maybe something like that. Maybe a system that had different types of magic or of progression that you could interact with. And so on one hand, you would have, you know, very basic but powerful spells or abilities. that you could use. And then on the other hand, you would have, you know, this really deep, complex language system that would ultimately have to have a power cap that was fairly equivalent with, you know, the power cap of that more basic system of magic, but it would have significantly more diversity because of its open-endedness. I don't know. Ooh, that's interesting. Just thought of this. So now that we have language models, and just generative AI in general, one of the things that generative AI is really good at is interpretation. And I don't just mean like going from one language to another language, because it's not necessarily like the best at that, but it is good at understanding what you're trying to say. And it's good at association. And so as a crafting system, what if there was a runic language, and then instead of crafting items in crazy batches where you make, you know, hundreds or thousands of something to level up your craft and everything is just a menu, what if you actually drew? And let's take a look at this. What if you were to actually draw the runes? So maybe something like, we'll do the pi symbol here. So there we have the pi symbol, and that could potentially be a rune in part of this runic language, and it would have a meaning. But there are a couple of different ways that you can measure this rune to consider the power of this rune. Number one, you have the size of the rune. So the size of the rune could express the magnitude. And the reason I want to use size is because if you have a blade, for example, and you're trying to make a magical sword, and inscribing runes is how you impart that magic, then ultimately the best thing to do would be to inscribe those runes as small as you could, so you could fit as many of them as possible. And so to sort of counteract that, and to give some balance to the more simplistic version, which is just to do like a big fire rune, right? Instead of trying to do like a bunch of small fire plus wind plus whatever to try and make the effect as strong as possible, if you just put one big fire rune on here that covered the entire blade, then you would get an effect with a magnitude that was similar to the effect of a bunch of smaller runes, even if it wasn't as diverse. And then the other way that you could measure the runes for their effect would be the accuracy with which the rune was drawn. And so really, really large runes would be hard to be super accurate because drawing like really long straight lines is really hard. But then also really, really small runes. On the left, I should include 2 cannon runes. Cannon! I don't know if I know how to draw a cannon. There's my cannon. It doesn't look like a cannon. It looks like something else, but whatever. Cannon! Now connect them? How do we connect them? Boop. But anyway, the accuracy of you drawing the rune would also have an effect on, I don't know, something. And so this system could potentially be very much like that redstone system. Where it's really, really easy to get the most basic versions of the effects that you're trying to do. And the magnitude of those effects could still be in line with the magnitude of other effects. But you would have this ability to go deeper into the system and, you know, create something a little more utilitarian, a little more dynamic, and something that maybe was a little more suited to a really, really specific use case. I actually think that's a great system. I think that would work super well. Have we for real been playing for 4 hours today? Holy shit. Absolutely. I would love to hear your MMO idea. Brutally honest. I hate you, and I wish I'd never met you. Just got my first 2 Beastmaster Durzag kills. Nice, congratulations, William. Good job. Way to get that motherfucker. Needed 9 guys. If you know 9 people, you should start a burger chain and set up right across the street from 5 Guys. Be like, look at this. we're 80% more guys than them. Our burgers are 80% better. Factions based on all religions fighting to conquer one another. I'm totally into that, Knight. And all the theatrics would be based on true text from different holy archives. I was in the middle of this squishy, underleveled hardcore that wasn't allowed to die. It's nice that they protected you. So if you've been around for one of my PvP rants, Night Studio, you know that I love factions. I think factions are super important, especially to PvP MMO games. So I love that. There are a lot of different religions in the world, especially if you go back and also use historical religions and not just religions today. I mean, you could easily end up with, 20 or 30 different factions. Which would be super cool. There are a few issues that I see with using real religions. Number one, people will get incredibly upset. Right, real life will carry into that game. And so people who already are prejudiced against other religions will carry that into the game. And because it's a video game and not the real world, they will be drastically more hateful in the game than they might be in real life. Because the anonymity of the internet makes people, it accents things for people. So you would end up with a pretty toxic community, I think, if you used real religions. At least real religions that currently exist. Now, if you used ancient religions that aren't really practiced anymore, then you'd probably be okay. But you would have to make sure that it was a religion that had completely died out. Because, I mean, even something like the Egyptian pantheon of gods, there are still people who live in Egypt. And I don't know if the worship of ancient Egyptian gods is really still a thing. Because I've never studied any of that. But it is relevant enough in modern times that you might not be able to get away with it. So I would say probably you could still use story beats and information from existing religions. You would just have to abstract it into a fake religion. And I mean, this is extremely common, right? There are all of the fables and stuff like that you read as a kid that had, morals and stuff like that, right? All those morality tales. A lot of them are derived from religious texts. And then, the stories are changed a little bit, but the moral is still pretty much the same. And it is a situation oftentimes taken from a religious text. And so you could absolutely do that, right? You could bring, different morals and opinions and stuff like that from existing religions into a game like that. But I don't think you would want to just straight up use existing religions. It is unfortunate to have to plan for awful people, but you do kind of have to plan for awful people. I was thinking you could use the angels, demons, ancient gods, spiritual forces from multiple traditions now wage war for control of creation while players choose their path. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I think that's a very noble goal. And I see where you're coming from, right? You're trying to get people to have a better understanding of religions or cultures that maybe they don't personally belong to by giving them a video game sort of vessel to interact with those things. But it can also have the opposite effect, where because you're putting those things in a competitive position, it could potentially stand to reinforce the division and sense of superiority that a person has for their existing culture or religion. And so they just join the side that they're already on and then take that as an opportunity to attack those other sides. And then instead of learning about those other cultures, they just end up in a position where their own personal bias is being reinforced. And that wouldn't happen to everybody. Like, I don't think it would happen to me. I think I could go into a game like that and it would be educational for me. And I think that'd be great. I don't even think that it would happen necessarily to most people. Honestly, it probably wouldn't happen to more than 10% of your player base. And you could be really active with moderation. And so as soon as people started getting out of pocket and like, using negative language and stuff like that towards those other religion or cultural groups, you could just ban those people. Yeah, I think it would for most people, probably. The problem would be the prolificness of hate is something that I think a lot of us underestimate. Because when people hate, they spew that hate as frequently as possible. And when people are neutral or even accepting of something that's a little bit different than their own personal experience, then they just don't have any reason to comment on it at all. And so because of that, the hate side gets a lot more airtime than the acceptance side. And so that 10% of hateful people would just overwhelm the remainder of your community because of how prolific their rhetoric is. And so if you had, like I said, if you had really good moderation and, you had game masters or, chat wardens or whatever, people who were sitting there, and as soon as people started getting out of pocket, just boom, chat ban 24 hours. Boom, chat ban 1 week. Oh, you still don't get the picture? Cool, you're banned permanently. And if you could maintain the environment in a way that, the positive experience outweighed the negative, then that would be fine. Only way to do this is with dead religions like Age of Mythology. Well, I mean, the Civilization games have, they use existing cultures, and those cultures have religions that are still alive today. And the Civ games are great. But I would tend to agree with you, William. I think that's one of those topics that just brings out a certain kind of people who specifically want to speak against certain other religions or cultures. And it creates an opportunity for that. Age of Mythology give a lot of beasts from the gods. We use Egyptian, Nordic gods who aren't commonly worshipped anymore. Yeah, I mean, I think when a religion has passed into the taxonomy of mythology, it's probably unpracticed enough to be a viable option. The other option would be, instead of making it an MMO night, would to be make it an offline experience, or even a small co-op experience. Because, like William's talking about, the Civ and the mythology games are, specifically, I was saying, the Civ games do use existing religions, but because there's so few people in the game, and because oftentimes if people play those games multiplayer, they play them with people they know, there's a lot less opportunity for that toxicity, and there's a lot more opportunity for players to evade that type of toxicity. Because if I go into a game of Civilization and somebody wants to be a bigot, then I can just leave that game, and it's not really a big deal, right? That's a half hour of my time. But if I'm playing an MMO, then potentially I have to completely recreate a character on another server, or, maybe completely stop playing the game because I can't escape those people. Like you could in something that was a little more, small group, multiplayer, or even single player. I do love educational video games, though. I love when people use, like, real stuff. this is something that's less of an issue now, but I think really used to be a big issue, was a lot of times we got sort of caricatures of religious figures and stuff like that in video games when I was younger, because they were made by people who didn't necessarily understand those cultures. Oftentimes it was ancient religions or ancient mythologies that were being used, but there was a lot of incorrect information being passed through entertainment media because people were just kind of winging it, right? We didn't necessarily have access to the internet. This was back when I was a little kid and the internet and computers were just kind of becoming a thing. And so, because information wasn't as widely available, people didn't really go seek out the accurate information. They just kind of went with whatever the prevailing opinion was. And a lot of times that prevailing opinion is just fucking wrong. And so you ended up with these characters in games that were supposed to represent specific religious or mythological figures, and they just weren't accurate at all. And so I think it's great if you want to include those things, to go out of your way to be as accurate as possible, to really get the information in there, because it's cool information to have. And I love educating and learning about things, through some form of entertainment. I think that's great. Yeah, of course. I love talking about stuff like that. I love talking about that stuff. I personally, I think I enjoy the concept of video games oftentimes a lot more than I actually enjoy the games themselves. I like talking about the possibilities, and maybe it's because, thinking of something is much easier than making it exist. And so I feel like we can imagine things that are much more interesting than we can make because of how easy imagination is. I don't know. But I love talking about that shit. Me and my brother, my older brother who I live with, will literally just go stand in the kitchen and talk to each other for hours about video game mechanics ideas and all kinds of stuff. One of my favorite things to do. Hey, I think that's 3. Holy shiznit. Let's make us some bars. Oh, and I already had 81 necronium bars. Nice. Oh, wait. Wait. I can make 60 at a time. Because I have... Not blacksmith's gloves. Is it blacksmith's gloves? Must be. Let's actually... Or is it some sort of mitts? I think it's the blacksmith gloves. But let's go ahead and put all that stuff on here. Let's take these off. Put all these things away. And then let's go teleport to Falador. Okay, game. You can go ahead and load this thing in anytime. Perfect. 60 at a time, baby. That's awesome. Feels so good. Making extra bars. Oh, we're gonna level up so much mining right now. It's gonna be fan-fucking-tastic. We're gonna get enough respect that we're gonna be able to buy, hopefully, our other 2 pieces of blacksmithing gear so that we can get our maximum XP. And then we're gonna be fucking cooking with gas. I sell propane and propane accessories. Propane. I didn't even realize I said cooking with gas, and here we are heating up these ores in a furnace. That's hilarious. Dude, I love this little seafood dragon. Seafood. I know, I want to. Dude, I love crafting. One of these days, somebody is gonna put out a good crafting system for an MMO game. And they are literally going to own the MMO market. There are so many MMO players who just want an engaging crafting loop that has real skill-based crafting. The foxhole crafting system I honestly, I didn't even know that Foxhole had a crafting system. If that's true, then I am triply excited for Anvil Empires. Because if Foxhole already has it, no fucking clue. I didn't know there were tanks and planes. I thought it was just people shooting each other with guns. I might have to play Foxhole. You might be winning me over here, William. Yeah, that makes me so much more excited for Anvil Empires. On a few structures, as exception, we also need to make our own factories to make the material for the tanks. You only get water, oil, scrap, sulfur components, and rare metals as resources. Interesting. Yeah, I mean, I much prefer like medieval fantasy style stuff to more modern war simulators type stuff. So Anvil Empires is going to be much more interesting to me. But if they carry that whole concept into Anvil Empires, then I'm going to probably enjoy the fuck out of that game. Because nothing would make me happier than to be able to support a war effort without actually having to fight people. Because I'm just not a PvP person. But I would love to win PvP by making a bunch of shit for my teammates. And then, maybe somebody sneaks into the back lines and, like, tries to kill all the crafters. And then, we try and fight with whatever we can. But, primarily, you're just crafting in safe zones. Or in zones that are as safe as they possibly can be. Because your people own them. And I want the crafting system to be skill-based. And that's something that nobody really has. I don't know what the skill-based system of Foxhole is, or if it's skill-based at all. But I really want a crafting system where being personally better at it means that I make better or more stuff. Not skill-based, but you need dedicated players for it. I mean, that's a step in the right direction. I think that that's a great way, honestly, for PvP and PvE and stuff like that to interact with crafting. As it stands right now, crafting and gathering end up being this very isolated experience. I mean, I consider that skill-based, right? If there's a complex chain of events that you have to manage, then, I mean, knowledge is a skill. And so, while it's a much more transferable skill from person to person than, you know, the act of clicking certain buttons or, you know, dynamic stuff that changes from time to time or changes even in real time. Knowledge is still a skill, so. Yeah, I think that's great. I think that's real great. But I think that's something that's we put too much focus when it comes to crafting on the gathering aspect of crafting. And so it ends up taking so much time that you can't relegate the crafters to the gathering. Or sorry, you can't relegate the fighters to the gathering. And I think if just all you really have to do is make crafting take more time and require more skill, and then make gathering a part of PvE and PvP combat. And then you just let those players bring back the booty, and then the crafter players turn it into stuff. Yeah, that's cool. I might look into it. Maybe. We'll see. I'll probably just wait for Anvil Empires, if I'm being honest. But that sounds real good. Yeah. Yeah, I think I'm going to wait. And when it comes out, I think I'm going to give Anvil Empires a try. You have convinced me. That's very exciting. Another game that I kind of want to give a try, Bitcraft, when it finally launches into its 1.0. I kind of want to try that too. Okay. Robert loves games. Got it. I will look into that. Yeah, and that's a full faction-based game also, right? So you can't, like, if I don't join a guild or a squad or whatever it's called in that game, like, I'm still on the same team as my faction, right? Okay, cool, cool. Yeah, that's all I care about. I hate games that make me join a fucking guild. Perfect. Absolutely perfect. See, that right there. Well, so this is why regiments feel different than guilds, is because there's a faction. There's a fuck you fallback. And that is everything in these games because it changes who has leverage in the dynamic. If you had a game like Foxhole where you basically were fighting against guilds and it was a guild versus guild system, then if you tried to play solo, you wouldn't be able to do it. So you have to join a guild in order to play. And because of that, the guilds have all the leverage. So they get to make demands of your time and how you play and all of this other stuff. But if you have a system that has factions and nobody can kick you out of the faction and you can go run around all by yourself if you want to, then now you have leverage over the guilds because now they want you to spend your time accomplishing their goals. And so they have to give you a reason to want to do that. And as soon as they start messing around and being jerks and, you know, not making you have a good time, then you have the fuck you fallback of just going solo anytime you want to. And that is so, so important. You have to be able to say, I'm tired of dealing with this. And just go do your own thing. But that's even what I'm talking about. You can join a only building Reggie or a PvP Reggie or a fighting Reggie or whatever. But if you were going to join one of those regiments, right, if somebody was trying to bring in PvP players to their PvP regiment, then they would have to be able to provide some sort of connection to a logistics regiment that's going to bring them stuff and all those other things. So the leverage is from the player perspective. If your guild leadership or if your regiment leadership isn't doing a good enough job of, making those connections and supplying the forces, then nobody's going to join that regiment. And so it totally flips the power dynamic, the leverage dynamic, which is, it's a good thing. It means if you want to be in control of other people's playtime, you have to be providing some sort of value. It is time to craft so many Necronium boots. All of the Necronium boots. One whole war where you only made artillery shells? Nice. I mean, it's not about making deals, but it is about making connections. There are only so many resources that are going around in that game. There are PvP regiments that are getting supplied by Logi regiments at a higher rate than others because they have a relationship. And that relationship is really important. The only scarce resource is rare metals, bit of sulfur. I mean, but there's still time that gets involved in making the item, right? I mean, there has to be some sort of scarcity. Because, I mean, there's real life people transporting and making and doing all that stuff. So there's a limit to how much of that stuff can be made and transported. And it's completely based on how many people are playing. So there is at least some kind of scarcity going on. And whenever a scarcity like that exists, relationships matter. Biggest bottleneck is Logi to get it from the back line to the front line. I would imagine. Because it sounds like the factories are probably kind of fire and forget. Right, like you queue something up. And then, I mean, you might have to make like a bunch of parts and then get it all assembled and stuff. But things are like on a timer, right? Yeah, I'll go watch some of those videos tonight so I get a better understanding. But that seems pretty interesting. Pretty interesting. Well, that's cool. I mean, I feel like the extremely cooperative nature of that game kind of makes that an imperative, though. I mean, you're relying on so many people to do the other parts of the game. When you have that kind of reliance, it's got to be pretty difficult to be an asshole. I really like that's really cool. I really like, I think it's Arma is the game. But there's that person who makes the YouTube shorts. I don't even know their name. But they make YouTube shorts of them flying a helicopter, like all fucking crazy in Arma. And like picking people up and just beelining them to the front lines. And doing crazy flips in a helicopter and dropping them off. Shit like that is just epic. Because that dude just flies a helicopter all day. Just takes people where they need to go, drops them off, goes back, picks up some more people, takes them where they need to go. Like, so fucking cool. I want to be that guy. But instead, I want to make all the helicopters. Make some super dope helicopters. Certain fronts, we have buses to move from spawn to the actual front. Yeah, see, that's wonderful. I dig it. In stuff like that, you really start to realize how little management matters. Like middle management. It's crazy how good people are at identifying work that needs to get done and then just getting it done without really any input from anybody else. You know, if you're brand new to the game, it might take you a little while to figure it out. But if you've been playing for a while, you just kind of naturally know, like, oh, hey, we're kind of short on tanks, or oh, hey, we're kind of short on this kind of bullets, or oh, hey, you know, there's lots of people making stuff, maybe I should pick things up and move it to the front line, or, you know, and just without any sort of explicit command structure, you can just get shit going on. I love it. Fucking love it, dude. So fucking dope. I was having the hardest time figuring out what the hell was going on up here. But it's my wise thing granting me XP. On my flail. That's interesting. Just stay away from the Reddit page. That's where all the toxic people complain about issues. The page is pretty useless. That's too bad. I love Reddit. I be on that motherfucker all the time. Of course, I'm one of those people that complains. I love to get on Reddit, talk shit about why different games sucks. One of my favorite pastimes. mean, maybe that's how they're trying to win the war. Complain a bunch on Reddit, make the other side angry. And in their anger, they can't see straight, so they can't shoot straight. So they lose. Psychological warfare, baby. Psychological warfare. Seeing red again. I feel very good about swinging my hammer. One of the things that I love the most about smithing had to sneeze. One of the things I love most about smithing is as you start tiering up from, the base item to +1, +2, +3, +4, the amount of XP you start getting goes up so drastically. And it's really fun to watch, because you still use the same amount of time to make the item, but you get, 2, 3, 4 times the XP. And it's really fun to watch. this is the most AFK, like, I think in the entire game. I literally don't have to do anything. Make 28 items. I don't know, I guess I haven't done the new late game thieving stuff with the, like, super easy pickpocketing or whatever that people are just doing forever. But still, this is pretty fucking AFK. And I love it. Do you love it? I love it. I got it at Ross. I'm a little jealous at how buff this dude is. That he can just punch metal into shape with his bare hands. That's honestly kind of some psycho shit. Like, he even has a hammer. You can see it. And he just puts that motherfucker away. And then just punches the metal into submission. That's fucking crazy. You need to chillax, dude. Just use the hammer. You have the right tool for the job. No sense in tearing up your hands. They're gonna get beat up enough swinging the hammer. Booyah. Base 1, make 28. Booyah. And now we just sit here and watch this dude for 15 more minutes. Unfortunately, on this one, we make the same amount of XP. But starting on the next one, we start making more and more, which is great. Man, you know a game I miss that I haven't played in a while, and that I'll probably never play again, is Ark. I really wish that Ark was a good game. Apparently, Monsters and Memories had a playtest this weekend. Did anybody play it? I feel like that's probably a game that the Runescape community might enjoy. It's got a little more of a classic old school feel. Yeah, have a good night there, Studios. And thanks for coming and stopping by and making my first day back so much fun. I really appreciate it. I'll find a way to use those cannonballs tomorrow. We'll go blow some shit up. Man, I'm gonna fall asleep. This rhythmic sound of hammer on anvil got me nodding off over here. This activity might just be slightly too AFK. Of course, I guess. What a great way to catch a nap. Do an AFK activity like this. Click something. Lean back in your chair, close your eyes. Get yourself 10 or 15 minutes. I tell you what, I haven't felt this calm and unstressed in a really long time. I don't know why I feel so laid back today, but I feel really, really laid back today. And it feels good. It feels really, really good. Which is weird, because it didn't happen when I woke up. Because I got on Call of Dragons this morning, and my alliance was being attacked. And I was very agitated with my alliance, because nobody was coming to help. But over the course of this stream, I've just kind of fallen into this wonderful, calm contentment. It's fantastic. I honestly sort of can't stop thinking about that rune inscription idea. I need to come up with something for precision to go along with magnitude. So precision is percent chance. So all of the runes would represent, like, on hit effects. And then the precision with which you drew the rune would be the percent chance that that effect would trigger. So if you drew like a fire rune, and you drew it 100% precise with a massive and it was massive, then it would always do a high magnitude of fire damage. But if you got the precision wrong, then, you know, maybe you only drew it like 50% correct, then it would only do 50% chance of hitting for that high magnitude of damage. That's perfect. Yo, that's such a good system. Holy shit. That is such a good system for crafting. And it's honestly something that could be done. You know, I was talking about using a language model to interpret it, but you honestly don't need to do that. if you've ever played fuck a duck, screw a kangaroo. Mario Party. They had, or I guess it's in Squid Game as well, where they have the crackers or whatever, and you have to eat the edges of the crackers along the shape or whatever. But they did that in Mario Party as well, where you had like the cookie cutter mini game. But those were already able to identify, you know, how closely did you stick to the line. So you could even have it set up where there was a guide, because people still never got 100% on those things. So you could have the rune, right? So you'd get your blade blank, and you'd lay out your blade blank, and then you would pick which rune and then size it and position it where you wanted it to go on your blade. And then you would have it there as a guide, and then you would trace it. And that would ensure that for the most part, people were going to get relatively high percentages. Which would make it easier to balance, because the variance would be a lot less. And then as soon as you etch the rune in, it's there, right? No wiping it off, no none of that shit. Or maybe you could have some sort of a resource that could remove runes, and then you could redo them. But it would have to be, you know, a difficult to get or kind of rare resource. But then it could even tell you, right? There could be a guide as you were sizing it. It could tell you what the magnitude of the effect was. So you would know, like, sort of what you were getting into as you were making it. And then the precision would just be all about percent chance. And you could have healing effect. I mean, any effect you can think of, right? You could have healing effects. You could have damage effects. You could have stun effects. You could have sleep, paralysis, daze, poison, burn, fucking stamina drain effects. Like, all of that stuff could be a part of this system. And then, yeah, no, that's fucking good. That's so good. And that's so doable with existing technologies. So doable. It would also probably get botted. Computer vision is pretty good. So probably it would get botted. I wonder. So computer vision typically takes in the color data from the pixels to identify what the image is. And it's usually looking for pretty specific colors. So I wonder if you changed the color or changed the pixels, right? Like put it on a random... Yeah, I like that, actually. I bet you could get rid of computer vision. At least low quality. If it was high quality, it would probably use the shape over the specific color. But at least really basic computer vision stuff that uses colors primarily, you could probably manipulate the color. Or I wonder if there's like a collection of colors that could be used to make it not be able to understand what the shape is. I'd have to look into that. But if you could find a way to avoid people being able to use computer vision bots to do the trace, that'd be cool. Or maybe instead of allowing you to, now you definitely want the trace. You could potentially, when you use the stencil to map it, you could just only leave the stencil there for a brief amount of time, and then the stencil disappears. So you'd use easier shapes so that they were easier to kind of remember where all the lines are. That would probably cause people to ultimately do less precision. It would just be harder to try and do it that way. But I feel like if you did that, you could definitely avoid some like tracing bots that way. I like that. Yeah, no, I think that's a really good system all the way around. I think it works really, really well. And I mean, the runes don't even have to be all that complex. And there don't even, I mean, there could be as many as you want, but there don't need to be that many. I fucking dig it. I think it would work really well. And it would take a pretty significant amount of time. I mean, you're not talking 30 minutes to make an item, but you're definitely talking 5 or 10. Depending on how many effects you wanted to have on there, depending on how much of a perfectionist you were being about it. I mean, there's all kinds of things. Then you can add a lot of time to it that isn't necessarily gathering time. And again, this is something that I'm going to harp on probably for the rest of my life, because I think that gathering is a shitty mechanic most of the time. Because it's just a time sink. And it's not usually very interactive. And so I don't necessarily think that you completely want to get rid of gathering. I just don't think that the way gathering exists in MMOs today is a very good implementation of how those systems could work. And one of the reasons that it exists the way it does now, and why nobody will change it, is because it takes up the lion's share of crafting player time. And so, in order to avoid that, we need to find a way to make crafting itself take up more of the time and be more interesting, so that gathering can take up less time and be more interesting. And so finding something else to add a little more time. So you've got, you know, preparing the blank with the runes that you want. That's going to take a while. Deciding on the layout and all that stuff is going to take a little bit of time. And then actually drawing the runes is going to take a little bit of time. And so if you could maybe add a little something else, you know, prepping the material that you're using to etch the rune, or, I mean, I don't know, whatever it is. But just giving the player a little something else so that every item could take, you know, 5, 10, 15 minutes. That would be really good. I mean, could you imagine, just on the simple aspect of fire, when you look at a crafting system like this, and you look at the ways that you could do this. So the first thing you've got is you've got your blank, right? And I'm just going to talk about fire and swords, right? The most basic implementation. So you've got your sword blank, your blade blank here. And your blade blank already can be oriented in two ways, right? You've got a vertical orientation and you've got a horizontal orientation. And depending on what runes you're going to use, drawing them vertically or horizontally might change how big a magnitude of rune you can put on before you start going over the edges and the rune can't be that big anymore. So if you were using, for example, earlier we had a pi symbol. Pi is actually a fairly narrow symbol. And so it doesn't get to be very large on here. So say pi is the fire symbol. Don't ask me why. And then maybe something like this that looks kind of like grass, but is actually a fire, could be the burning symbol. And so if you were to put both of these symbols on a sword, it would have a % chance to deal a certain magnitude of fire damage, and then a % chance to do a certain magnitude of burning damage. And so because of the orientation you put these on here, this one specifically is going to do less fire damage and more burning damage. But if you did it on this one, you could make the pi symbol much, much larger because it's mostly a vertical symbol. Now, obviously, these aren't one-to-one. I made this one way thinner than this one over here. But the magnitude of this symbol can be much larger. And then the magnitude of the burning of the fire would have to be way, way smaller because it doesn't have that horizontal travel distance. And so you would end up with more damage, less burn, or more burn, less damage. And that's just 2 runes, 2 orientations. Now that does not account for the combination of runes. It doesn't account for the order of the runes. And I think that you would be able to get away with not worrying about those aspects of it. Right, I think you just put the runes on there. And then maybe they cause tags, so like contradictory runes can't necessarily work. So like if you put fire on there, you can't also put like water damage on there. Or if you put water, you can't also put fire, or something like that. Or maybe you don't, right? Maybe it doesn't matter. But the effort it would take to go through and get all that stuff side, I mean, that's such a different set of skills, right? That drawing is such a good, different set of skills that just doesn't, you're not going to use that in any other aspect of the game. And so people who are good at other aspects of the game are not going to automatically be good at that, right? People who are good at that are going to probably be better at that than they are at other parts of the game, right? People who are like digital artists and stuff like that can go in there and flex a little bit of that creativity. I mean, you've got a ton of opportunity in a situation like that, where fitting runes together, depending on how complex the runes are, because like, for example, you've got this pi rune, and it's got this little tail here. And so you might be able to fit something that has a notch on this side underneath here and maximize the overall magnitude of the item, right? You've got this angled bit on the front of the blade. And so if you had another rune that was a triangle that you could fit in there, then you could get more magnitude out of that. And so, you know, people with an understanding of, you know, spatial, I guess it is spatial awareness is the phrase. But people who are good at that, people who are good at fitting pieces together, would be able to get more runes on there. And then you would maybe have to, like, there would have to be some sort of a penalty maybe, if any of the lines from any two runes touched each other. Maybe both of the runes would take a magnitude or precision or both penalty. So there would be a lot of care. And so the closer you could get without actually touching would be extremely important. And so again, there's like a skill element there. This is so good. So fucking good. And it seems really simple, right? It's just drawing stupid shapes. But the depth that can be sort of baked into that is massive. And it's one of those things that's extraordinarily easy to learn and easy to do good enough. Right? If all I needed was a quick little sword to do some fire damage, right? I just leveled up to level 5, whatever. I got my first, you know, iron sword blank, and I'm gonna go into the forest to grind some sentient plant mobs, and they're weak to fire, and I just need a weapon that does some fire damage. And so I go get my first iron blank, and I put my fire damage rune on there, and then I go out there and I beat the shit out of stuff. Or, you know, maybe I'm not so good at combat, and I need an edge. And so instead of quickly just whipping out a fire sword, I take a little extra time, and I, you know, do the thing upright, and I put, you know, fire on there, and I put burning on there, and I put, I mean, whatever else. There could be a bajillion fucking runes. I keep drawing that the wrong way. Anyway. So many possibilities there. To allow you to express a little creativity. I really think that's an incredible system. Really, really incredible. And it's so simple as far as what the runes themselves mean, right? It's just, if you think about like a game like Path of Exile, where you've got a ton of different affixes, right? You just map one rune to each affix, and then there's just a sliding scale, right? There's an absolute maximum for the magnitude, and there's an absolute minimum. And then you can have an absolute maximum for the precision and an absolute minimum. And then just everything inside of that. It's just those two parameters. So it's just not that complicated. Now, I wouldn't know. I guess I'd have to think a little bit. How would you do effects that weren't going to be on-hit effects? You know, the precision and the magnitude. On-hit is a really good precision thing. But sometimes you just have things that just increase your defense or increase your health or, you know, just flat increases to damage. So I guess you could do, the precision could be like a multiplier. So your magnitude would maybe be like you're going to do a +5 to HP. And then your precision is a multiplier. Every 10% precision is like a 1 multiplier. So if you only get 10%, you only get 5. But if you get all the way up to 100, then you get 50 HP. And that seems reasonable. That seems... Yeah, that's definitely the answer. And so the magnitude wouldn't change nearly as much in that one as the precision would. Because the precision's a multiplier, and so the magnitude is naturally being fairly small. Right, because 4 times 10 is 40. 5 times 10 is only 50. Yeah, that could be... There's a really interesting balance in there, if I'm being honest. I like that. And that's a really, really simple system. I mean, there's no... You're literally just mapping a rune image to your affix. And that's it. It's very deterministic. And so, because it's so deterministic, you definitely would want to have some sort of durability system. Because if you don't have a durability system, then eventually everybody's just got perfect gear. So it's something that you want to have to be drawn and redrawn over and over again. I don't know if you want the blank itself to get destroyed, or if you just want the runes to degrade over time and have to be redrawn. And require, you know, some sort of resource in order to be able to do that. And then you don't even need to do stuff. Because one of the things that I really hate about modern crafting systems is I'm an epic tier motherfucker, right? Like, I go slay dragons and shit. I don't make iron swords. I don't mine iron. Right? I take care of kingdom level threats. Stop making me mine iron. There's a blacksmith, right? I'm in a smithy right now. Right? That dude's a blacksmith. That dude's a blacksmith. There's a bunch of blacksmiths running around in here. This place is supposed to technically be utilized not just by me, but by all the dwarven blacksmiths. So those people, right, those normal motherfuckers, make iron weapons. And then I take them and I add special abilities to them, right? I do epic tier shit. Not super basic, you know, making 1,000 of something stuff. And so I should be able to just go over to this dude and just buy, right, like my blank, and then take it over to a bench and etch my runes on it and do all of my work. to make it a special iron sword. But I think that's dope as hell. But, we're a little short here. What are we at, like 5 hours and 45 minutes? Something like that. But I think we're going to go ahead and call it for today. I think it was a good first day back. I really want to thank all of you, actually, for coming and hanging out. We had a great showing today. Great viewership. And I really, really appreciate that. For my first day back. So thank you all so much. I will be back tomorrow at the regular time. So, yeah. Hope everybody has a great rest of their day. And I will see you all on the next one.